Alright guys, welcome back to another live stream. We are painting the BOONE Recon Force. Although it's one word, so I don't know if it's like BOONE Recon Force. I just want to be funny and call them BOONE or BOONE. BOONE, maybe BONE. I don't know. BONE. Anyway, here let's look at some images. I hope the music is a lot better. I turned it down because, yeah, I wasn't really, I guess, paying attention to how loud the music was. I think these guys should be pretty simple for the most part. Oh, let me swap over. All right. Anyway, typing in the Craig Bone from Fallout pops up. I never played New Vegas, so I don't know who this is, but I assume that's his name. Okay, so we're painting this army. Task Force Bone. I guess I'm going with Bone. It has two O's, which probably changes the sound, but let's just go with Bone. I think this one should be pretty easy, but I know I've said that many times in the past, and... Okay, if we just look at it right now, it looks like most of their gear is all green. The visor is that nice blue color. Looks like armor's green. I think this should be a pretty easy army to color. I'm gonna see if I have like a bright tan color, but I don't know if I do. Because the only closest thing I think I have is like a Ballad Bone. But I think it's a lot darker. So if I throw some white in there, maybe I could get that tan color. It's just so hard to find like some good colors that I can mix. Because I wonder, white with Desolate Brown maybe? But no, that would match with, well, actually, I don't know, what should we do here? If I do throw in some white primer with the Desolate Brown, that'll brighten up a lot of color. Because of the Harlow squad, if you guys remember, they turned out to have like a dark brown, which is what that Desolate Brown looks like. Still a good color, but I think if I add like 2 drops of white primer to it, I bet it'll really brighten it up quite a bit. I bet you that'll look good on these guys. Uh, now I'm trying to think what kind of green should we use. Should we use a bright green, like the Shamrock Green? Forest Sprite might be pretty bright. I do want to, since all the other colors I've used so far are all just dark colors, I think we need an army where the primary color is bright. So they can really stand out. I don't want all of my armies to be this dark color that start to kind of blend in a little bit, but at least Harlow is mostly brown, so they stand out. But was it Manticore are mostly black with a little bit of red, and then I noticed the UN raid that I painted are mostly dark. It's supposed to be a greenish color, but when you try to look at it, it looks pretty black, or at least really dark. And then their secondary is blue, so at least they are different enough from Manticore, so I won't get them confused. But for the most part, everybody's really dark. So I will take a look at Forest Sprite. I think Forest Sprite is a little dark, so maybe we might go with Shamrock Green, because I think that's my brightest color. And also continue to let me know about the music. I really turned it down low, so hopefully it'll sound better. Here, I'm gonna hop over real quick and listen to it on YouTube. Here, I'm gonna hop over real quick and listen to it on YouTube. That sound really quiet. Maybe turn up just a little bit. Here, I'm gonna hop over real quick and listen to it on YouTube. That sound really quiet. Maybe turn up just a little bit. I think that sounds good enough. Okay, just let me know if the sound is too loud and you can't really hear me. I could turn it down a little more, but I still want it to be noticeable enough. It's plenty loud for me to listen to. I think the other thing is they must give it a darker green, and then I think they did a dry brush to brighten it up a little bit with like some yellow. That's probably what they did. But I think the primary color, we'll do Shamrock Green on most of them. Looks like he even painted over the armor as well, so yeah. For the most part, this should be an easy army. I'm taking on that challenge. It's gonna be easy. Alright. And I guess I should look at the big mech, too. Primarily, it looks like his shoulder is green, then just like his knee, this thing in the middle, this thing, and his other knee. Like just a little bit is green. Other parts are tan, but only like his arms are metal and the front is metal. I think that'll be easy. Alrighty, here we go. It always looks so easy when you look at them, and then you look at the miniatures and you're just like, oh wow, where do I even begin with the green? Or where is the green again? Let's see. This guy might be helpful to me. Okay, I think this is the guy. so looking at the picture here, so this guy I have in my hand right now, so we're going to try our best. We're going to try our best to notice where the green is. So I think his armor right here. And I might be fancy and paint his boots green or something, even though I'm pretty sure he painted them black or something. So maybe his shoes, this armor, this padding, the belt, his, I'm guessing his jump pack, backpack, shoulder strap, I think, yeah, the stuff in the middle, and then all around the helmet. We're gonna do that. All right, in terms of brush, I think we'll do a 1. That should be plenty big, but not too big, kind of thing. There's like a little piece sticking out or something. So, as all the experts would say, first thing you want to do is check for stuff like this. Pick it. I guess it's like leftover stuff from the machine, the 3D printer. I wonder if they use like a different machine or something, because these minis look different from the first ones. We'll see how it goes. And not green. Let's hope this is bright enough. If it doesn't look bright enough, we could add some light, make it even brighter. Because, yeah, I want an army where the primary color is bright. Maybe I'm just I don't know. I like dark stuff, which probably explains why I like Zack Snyder's Justice League. Or, well, Zack Snyder as a whole. Alright, let's see how this looks. On his backpack. Yeah, looking pretty good. Don't want to get too much of his shoulder because looks like there's a strap that comes over. Oh, okay. That might have been. Yeah, I think that's his clothing sleeve, which I got green, but it's fine. Yes, I do love Star Wars. That's why we keep listening to the lo-fi music.
Do or do not.
Oh,
There
what am I
is no
doing?
try.
I almost forgot. There we go. This thing is so handy, trust me. Now, it's not critical that like you have this thing because it's gonna make you instantly a better painter, but I just think it's always nice to have. Get just under his arm. So hard. I do apologize if some of you guys are getting bored of the Star Wars lo-fi music, but that's why I suggest, comment. I'm happy to answer. I don't get too many comments, so I'm still small enough that I can actually respond back to everybody's comments. I'm also open to feedback, as long as it's, constructive criticism, like whether it's, something about my editing style and saying, oh, you know what you should do more of or something, this and that, I'm open to hearing it out and seeing if it's, something I can implement in my videos. I can't really see his chest in the picture is the problem. So I'm just kind of assuming that most of this chest is like armor. That's pretty good so far. Yeah, I'm really liking this green. Let's put the straps. Let me get his armor. I think it goes down all the way. I think this covers like his whole leg, I think. Or
Show me
maybe
the one
not.
whose safety deems such destruction.
I can't really tell from the picture, but I think the whole leg is armored up, I think. But looking at the picture, it looks like they didn't. So I guess we'll take creative liberties and we'll say his entire leg is like a entire armor piece. Okay. That's good. That's all I need. his main armor. Let's take a look. Yeah, for the most part. Oh, it looks like they didn't cover their gun and the holster. Ah, well. Sometimes we don't need to be perfect, right? Let's just take creative liberties. Yeah, looks good. I might paint his boots like a different color, like a dark brown or something. Let's start from the top. Should probably add more.
Like a panther. This is the way.
His nose. His helmet. Alright. Oh, some of it spilled over.
I'm right.
Uh-oh. My headphones are low battery, even though I charged it yesterday, so... Okay. Go.
This resistance.
Do they all have straps going? Oh, it's this guy. Yeah, it looks like they have a little strap going over. It's just hard to see where the strap is compared to the rest of the clothes. Ah, my favorite song, Ahsoka. Here's the problem, though. I think if it's too loud, it gets picked up by YouTube, and it's like, hey, that's a copyrighted song. I don't know if it's because it's the notes, or this lo-fi version of it sounds too similar to the actual song, so YouTube will not copyright strike it, but what is it, make you ineligible of monetizing the video now. And it's interesting that they're more than happy to let you monetize the video, but all of the money, all because of this one little moment in the video that picked up just a small section of a copyrighted song. And it's like, hey, we're more than happy to deliver all the money you'll make on this video to that copyright holder. And I'm sure to a lot of people that pisses them off, going, no, they're not getting all the money of this video. Now, if they want to claim something like that, if it was legitimate, if I literally took the Ahsoka song and just put a small section in it, like a couple seconds, just to have you guys like listen, like, oh, this is the coolest song, and just like a couple seconds of just the theme, they still wouldn't get, I would say, like a small percentage if I then monetize the video. I don't know, YouTube's system is just crazy stupid like that. Sorry, there's some leftover 3D printed stuff getting in the way. Dang, it's still on there. I know I'm supposed to do this before I paint, but I don't think I noticed it until I had it at the right angle, and then, oh look, that thing is sticking out. Pretty good. It's got a strap coming over. Now I need this strap to come over-ish. I don't know if his gun is on right. I'm looking at his shoulders and they're not lining up with oh, got a little on the gun. Oh well. Not quite lining up right. Yeah. Oh man, that's not good. That's probably why it looks weird, because I don't think that's lined up correctly. I mean, I am looking at the correct mini, and it looks like I think it's too low. I think his gun needs to be held up higher. I think that is the issue I'm having. And that's why I'm looking at it and I'm going, I don't think the gun is on correctly. Especially over here, it's not really lined up, but oh well. There's only so much you can do. I gotta try and get inside here. I'm just gonna paint all that. I think it's good. It's hard to tell because right now I can't really see. I think that's another strap. So we'll paint that.
I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the
Alright, I think it's good for now. This guy looks different. Seems like he's different, but I wish I could zoom in. I can't really zoom in and see. I mean, looking at him, he's got like the 4 dots, but it looks like on the army finished painting, it looks like they just did the visor thing. They didn't try to add anything special to it. They're just like, eh. It's hard to see and hard to tell. Just keep painting the inside here. I think for this guy, he doesn't have full leg armor. He just has this knee pad, which we'll color green. You guys feel free to say something in the chat. I'll keep trying to look up and respond.
I have to sort this out on my own. Without the council. And without you.
I think that's...
This isn't about you.
That's, well, I want to say there's a knee pad he's on. So, I think that's good. Everything else, he doesn't have any armor elsewhere. So he's like a light soldier.
I can't stay here any longer.
Alright, I think he's good. Alright, back to the top. There we go, Republic Commando team. I really hope they do like a remake or a remaster. If they could polish that game up, it could be really good. I don't know if it's... I just remember watching the extras after you like beat the game. They kind of give you like a behind the scenes. Looks like it was a really small team. Which I do have a Star Wars Republic Commando retrospective, if you guys didn't know. If you guys are new to the channel, or you guys are subscribers and you guys just didn't know, I do have a retrospective on that game. And it's still a good game. It's just crazy how sometimes, well, I guess what I was gonna say is, when it came to LucasArts, there were like some games they would make sequel after sequel, which was probably like those TIE Fighter games, which I personally didn't really like, but that's probably just because I didn't understand fighter combat, maybe. I thought it was too hard, but I was young at the time and I just probably didn't understand it. Especially, specifically, I think it was Star Wars Starfighter, where you play as a couple different characters. One of them was like a Naboo fighter, and I believe it takes place during episode 1. And there's one mission, or I should say the final mission, even though Anakin's supposed to take out the the Trade Federation ship. But I guess they kind of take creative liberty and say that your main character took it out actually instead, I think. But that's where I'm not sure if maybe it was like after episode 1 or something. Or they just take that creative liberty and say, no, actually your main character took it out. Anakin just happened to also be there and did damage to the ship, but also your character also happened to hit a critical system and then you escape. That's probably what they did. So it's like, at that exact moment when Anakin destroyed the Trade Federation ship, your character also destroyed the ship by destroying the main reactor. But if we remember in episode 1, Anakin took out the main reactor. Probably something stupid where they're like, okay, at the same exact time, our character takes out the main reactor simultaneously from the other side of the main reactor, and Anakin destroys it from the opposite side, so that would, now that I think about it, that would be hilarious if that's the story from that game. What was the point I was trying to make? So going back after digressing, Lucasfilm would make sequel after sequel, specifically those TIE Fighter games. But then it's like they seem to kind of change things up. They always wanted to try something different, which there's nothing wrong with that. After you make a game, maybe 2 of them or something, and then you're just kind of done with it. Like, okay, we tried that out, it was fun, now let's experiment, try something else. Because I could see that being I think it's a high risk, high reward type strategy in gaming, when every new game you make is just something new, something you haven't played before. Like they're trying to innovate and just really experiment with every game that comes out. So for example, I think like right away I think of like Jedi Academy, which is the last one from Raven Software that collaborated with LucasArts back in the day to make those Jedi Knight series, which was already based off of Dark Forces. And I guess it just kind of kept evolving from there. Like it still kind of stayed true to being a first-person, but also third-person shooter type game. And then they're like, okay, how do we make it better? Well, let's give the guy a lightsaber. And then they started coming up with force powers for them to use. See, I think that's like a good idea for like sequels. It's, okay, we came up with an idea, they delivered on that promise essentially of what they wanted to do. And then they experimented with the sequel. They're like, okay, we don't need to like overhaul the entire game, make it a completely different game like some sequels like to do, but just kind of add to it, which then raises the debate over like, well, what are expansion packs then? Just adding a few new gameplay elements. And then maybe some new maps, a new campaign or something. Is that an expansion or is that a sequel? And I will say that sometimes gets hard to answer. And I guess it just depends on the studio if they feel an expansion should just be a new campaign, new maps, and then just kind of leave it like that. Or something, well, you could probably call it greedy. The greedy studios like, no, expansion should just be considered a sequel. But anyway, LucasArts decided there's like a few games that they'll make a bunch of for the series, but then it just seemed like later on they were like, just make a tie-in video game for like the movie called Clone Wars, which was a fun game. Definitely felt even for its time, like a classic style of game. In terms of, how to say, everything was pretty simplistic, but I'm sure that was probably the point. They didn't want to make it too complicated for people. Just be able to pick up and play, which is always appreciated. It looks like there's a strap that goes around. That's probably to hold the knee brace on. But I don't really see it on like this one. I see it on here. But then on this side, I think they forgot to add it, so yeah, I'm not gonna bother. I think he's done. We got, looks like most of the stuff. Strap. I got the middle section as best I could without going too overboard with it. About the helmet. Oh, okay. It looks like I didn't quite get all of the helmet and the face mask. Oh, God. One of the cats just used the litter box and now it smells horrible in here. Choking. Okay, I think we're good. Keep spinning around, looking. I'm like, okay, looks like we got that spot. Okay, I think he's good.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Got his helmet. Yes, I can, but the gun is like right there, so whoops, gonna have to get a little bit of the gun. Okay. We got everything everywhere else. Now get his backpack. Alright, let's see, what else can we talk about? What else pops in my head? Since still listening to Star Wars, so Star Wars is still in my head. I forget what I was talking about. LucasArts. They loved making sequels for a while, and then they decided, no, we're just gonna make like 1 or 2 games of something. I think like the pinnacle of that was Star Wars Force Unleashed. Well, there's still a lot to say on the first game, the Force Unleashed. Apparently, it still sold well. I do remember a lot of people were at first giving it like 2 out of 5 stars, or like, it wasn't that great of a game, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I replayed it a lot, mainly just to unlock everything. I even played it on the hardest difficulty, which is kind of rare for me. I like to enjoy my gaming, and that usually involves winning, so at first I'll play like on easy, and then maybe I'll go to normal just to kind of offer a challenge so it doesn't get, too stale or routine. But that was one of those games that, well, I'm sure I wanted like the achievement, which is beat the game on the hardest difficulty, and God, I do recall that being a struggle, especially Darth Vader at the end, because if I recall, Darth Vader had, I believe he had an attack that was like unblockable, unavoidable, or something. So it felt like either it was a mechanic I didn't understand and didn't know how to actually avoid it, like to attack him before he gets to that point or something like that. Or was it like a built-in mechanic that's like, if you don't defeat Darth Vader by a certain point, he will just straight up kill you by a certain point because he just does this stupid attack that will kill you. So it's, how do you say, like in like WoW we call it like an enrage timer, which is to prevent raid groups from like bringing in too many healers so you keep everybody alive. So to avoid that, they have an enrage timer. So if you don't defeat the boss in a certain time limit, then the boss just immediately gains like 1,000 damage, so he can just one-shot players. And I think he gets a bunch of attack speed, so he just ends up killing everybody right away. So I think, and I would need to replay it, which I'm probably already telling people like, okay, for Star Wars month, I think we're going to be playing the Force Unleashed. You heard it here, folks. That's why you gotta watch live streams or come check out the Time Pals podcast, because Mike will sometimes ask me like, oh, what are you working on for this month? And that's where I'll usually tell people. I'll say, oh, I'm working on this video game, and kind of talk about it for a little bit. So if you're among the spoiler type people, that is where you can find me, and I can spoil things. But anyway, as you know, I keep digressing a lot. So, I'm saying, the Force Unleashed. I played it a lot. I want to say I unlocked like all the achievements, all the skins. And then that's when I think a lot of people should ask the question, was that actually like a good game if it kept you invested? I think it's still a tough question to answer, because it's kind of like, wow, I enjoy playing it, but the only thing I really like to play is the Mythic Keystone, where you just basically do dungeons every week. You try to get the highest numbered key you can, and then at the end of the week you get a powerful piece of gear, and that's what kind of incentivizes me to keep playing. And then I just kind of have that goal of getting the achievement for getting like all the keys to 10 kind of thing. It's like a fun, I mean, I find it to be a fun goal. But I guess there's other players that just like doing crafting, other players who just like playing the story, but then they don't like doing raiding or something. I almost painted his whole leg, and then luckily I turned around, so nope, he's just got the knee pads. I think these are the grunts, which is gonna be really nice when trying to pick out units and going, wait, is this a specialist or is this a grunt? All I gotta do is just look at the knee pads and go, this guy's a grunt because he's just got a simple knee pad. Okay, digressing too much again. You guys gotta remind me when I digress too much. Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, yes. Played so much of it. And then from what I heard, Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2 was coming out. And it's weird in my memory, it felt like it took a couple of years, but apparently it turns out it only had like 9 months of development. So I believe it came out... When did it come out? 2008, I want to say, is when The Force Unleashed came out. And I guess I remember hearing about... Or I remember seeing the cinematic for The Force Unleashed 2. And they tried to, you know, like show people it's like a Rancor gets like thrown out of some pit, and it's like, oh damn, what just, you know, manhandled a Rancor? And it's this giant creature that, you know, pretty much teasing people like, oh, he's gonna go fight this giant whatever thing, which I'm sure became a boss fight. But I didn't have any interest in playing it, to be honest. Did I finish the helmet? Yeah. Almost. This top part right here needs to be green. Okay, that's good. And then yeah, I just had no interest in The Force Unleashed 2, and then I think I just remember a lot of people were saying, oh, it's the same game as the first, which definitely makes sense if it was literally 9 months for them to literally make the second game, which really tells you they had no time to try really anything new.
Ended. The Clone War has.
And it sounds like that kind of became true. It's pretty much the same game with maybe a few new mechanics that they were able to kind of, you know, squeeze in, because maybe they were ideas for the first game, but either they didn't work or they didn't have time. And so for the sequel, they're like, okay, maybe we can try some of those ideas so it at least somewhat feels like a new game. And not to mention that it kind of makes me wonder, for the studio, it's like, did they even play the game? Since you pick a light side and a dark side, and, well, if you pick the dark side, obviously that's, well, I hope you guys have played the game, but you pick the dark side, you kill Darth Vader, so immediately, well, that kind of tells you this is non-canon. Not to say that the light side is necessarily canon, but at least, even for games like that, they set it up so some fans can believe it to be true, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has to. But at least it's a fun idea in The Force Unleashed that he was kind of the Star Killer, specifically. I forget his actual name, but he was like the spark of the rebellion, kind of, or at least helping get them together and decide, like, okay, we do need to fight the Empire. And he kind of helped them show that
That might be the Mandalorian.
you just gotta, you know,
But it's not my way.
stand up to the Empire and just do the best you can. cannot get the side of his face here. I think that's the best I'm gonna get, because from this angle, can't really quite get it. I think that's good enough. Oh, so this is another specialist guy. He's got the special leggings. So yeah, Star Wars, LucasArts, I guess they just decided they didn't care. They just wanted another sequel because the first one did really well. And they're just like, you got 9 months because we want to release this sequel next year. And I can just only imagine what that was like in the office. Just like, okay guys, just, I don't know, start designing some levels and we'll figure something out. And the only way to bring back the characters, well, we got cloning. I mean, I guess we could do a prequel, but, well, I don't know how. Because literally the beginning of the game is Starkiller as a kid. So there's not really much to tell unless we like pick up right from there and then before. Well, no. Every time I think about it, it's like, no, they pretty much tell his story from beginning to end. From his very beginning as a kid. Darth Vader takes him as a secret apprentice. And then, well, he goes and helps hunt down some Jedi. And then he gets betrayed by Darth Vader. And then he dies. So, it's, yeah, really tells a beginning and an end. It's not much they can really do, except, well, to make that call and say, okay, he's a clone. And I guess, again, I haven't played the second game. I do own it, but never bothered to play it yet. So I can only guess that they had him clone, and I would hope that they would have the dilemma like, oh, is he the original, or is he just another clone? But I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't explore that, either because of time, or maybe even the team just didn't really care. They're very like, well, our publisher doesn't care, they just want another game out, so we're just kind of quickly putting this together. That's why I think we shouldn't be too hard on developers, especially in modern games. Studios are just, not just video games, but movie studios, they're just quick to be like, alright, quickly get a sequel out. The first game did well. And I think the part that sucks the most is the studio like pats themselves on the back like, yeah guys, we did great, we knew exactly what we needed to do to make this movie great, even though you just know deep down, you know, movie studios don't know what they're doing, but when it works out, they pat themselves on the back like they did all that work, they knew what the audience needed, even though, you know, everyone making the film was doing everything they can to make it the best film that they could. And then when it does well, then they're like, alright guys, let's do it again. And it's like, dude, you know for a fact you guys didn't do anything except just gave the money to make the film. But just giving money to people who know how to make a film doesn't make the studio good at making films.
My master could never be as vile as you.
Anakin Skywalker was weak. I destroyed him.
Then I will avenge his death.
Whoa.
Okay, where was I again? Gotta keep getting distracted. And then I digress. So I guess after Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2, either LucasArts just had no interest in making sequels anymore. They were just like one and done. After what happened with The Force Unleashed 2, I hope that they realized that it was like, yeah, okay, the sequel didn't do well because just had the studio quickly, turn around and make a second game right away. I'm sure they knew. I mean, they had to have known that it's like quickly rushing out a sequel. It was like an old way of thinking things, but that's where I wondered if whoever was in charge at the time was probably that old school way of thinking. So I'm talking about, what was it? Some YouTube channel that was talking about, I think it was Toy Story 2, and they said around that time, animated features weren't really seen as serious movies. And Toy Story 2 wanted to be like a true sequel, like an original story of some kind. And Disney was just like, no, just quickly make a cheap sequel that goes, straight to DVD kind of thing. I mean, look at like every sequel to most of like Disney's like original movies. Like I think Mulan is probably the funniest one. Seriously, watch the first movie, and then I forget what the second one is called, unless it's just like Mulan 2. Right off the bat, just the quality, the visual, the graphics is like night and day if you look at the two of them. That you can tell they had a significantly smaller budget. I wouldn't even be surprised if it was handed off to some other team to do it. It probably wasn't even the original team. I think this guy's good. I'm gonna cut this inside because say he's got like armor underneath or something. But I'm gonna paint their collars up here. It's just not worth the hassle. In my view, I'm just like, I don't want to have to deal with that. Or like small areas like this that, yeah, I'm sure that's technically his clothes. Like it's normal clothes, but sometimes it's not even worth the hassle to paint all that. Which I think I'll do.
You would be wise to surrender.
Yeah, probably.
Quickly do it to just about all the other. Okay, remind me where was I, guys, before I got sidetracked yet again. What was I talking about? I know it was still Star Wars. We're still talking about Star Wars, but I got sidetracked again. think I yeah, it looks like I gave up on this guy too. I just painted the inside. Because it just wasn't the hassle of trying to reach in there and get the proper clothes. I mean, like that guy, I probably could have, but sometimes you gotta ask yourself, is it even worth the hassle of reaching in there with a completely different paint? Because then you just kind of run the risk of accidentally painting over the other stuff. Yeah, I can't remember. What was I talking about, guys? Let's see. Star Wars Force Unleashed 2, Lucas Swords, stop making sequels. Just kind of experiment with games. But then again, Republic Commando came up before The Force Unleashed 2, and it still got a sequel. I think it was supposed to be Imperial Commando. But you never know. Behind the scenes, there's always drama going on with studios and what direction they want to go in, all that kind of stuff. He's good. We're on the last miniature soldier. Then we'll start painting the big mech. But I think he has the least amount of green, which is probably the funniest part. We're trying to speed paint, and I'm so far an hour and 30 minutes. I think we're doing good. Trying to do this in 3 hours. Oh, man. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot to hit record so I can get this as footage. That's happened to me twice now. I think that was with UN. I forgot to hit record, so... I just keep thinking when I hit go live stream, it automatically also starts doing that, but not necessarily. Let's see. Anything you guys want to talk about? Star Wars related? I'll try my best not to digress too much or get distracted. Mainly because I'm painting, so sometimes I get distracted and I lose my train of thought talking and sorry guys. The moment I start tilting my head like this, I go, oh, I'm probably blocking the view. Okay, I think I got most of his helmet on this side at least. Kind of getting into the visor. It's so hard to get just enough paint that it, you know, gets off the brush, gets onto the miniature, and gets into the right areas too. Because there is nothing scarier than you think you put enough on, but then actually there's too much, and then it leaks into where you don't want it to, and now it looks weird. Who knew painting could be so stressful? Even though it's supposed to be a relaxing time. Let's see. I'm just gonna paint that as much as we can inside there because I can't see it really well, so I think that's just one bag. You can't tell. Well, we'll assume that's the shirt. It's the belt, so we're gonna keep painting that. I think we're good with this guy. Got the straps, got looks like all the helmet, or at least as much as I could get. Yeah, did the best I could. The bottom part of this. Good. Got all the belt. Got the knee pads. Should put them together. So they got the 3 specialists, and then they got the 4 grunts. I think technically they have 4 specialists. One of them is like a leader, which I want to say is maybe the data spike, or the data spike guy, which he's got an antenna. This guy doesn't, this guy doesn't, and this guy doesn't. So I could even say, even though this guy's got knee pads, he's probably like the data spike guy, maybe. Alrighty. Now we got the big mech. Will it fit on this one? It doesn't. I don't even know what that sound was, but okay, still intact. Alright, well, so much for that. Okay, well, judging by the picture, he's really only got like maybe 5 spots on here. He doesn't have a whole lot of green. It looks like shoulder pads, so we'll paint this green. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, looks like one shoulder pad, and I got all around it. Okay, now we paint the other one. Let's get the back side of the plate. Okay, next is these like pads. At first I'm like, why would they put on the crotch? But it's not really the crotch, it's more the stomach. But when you think about it, this is like a very important part, that if they shot and it went through, this is what holds up the upper body.
Do or do not. There is no try.
How high up does it go? I think it'll. Okay, we're gonna paint this also because I think that's part of it. That's good. For that part at least. I just can't see because it's not bright enough in some of these shadowy spots. I think one more drop, then we're good on the green. I think we're good with Shamrock Green. We'll have painted everything we need green on these guys, and I'm already just liking the green. I love it. Oh wait, what about... Oh no, okay, they color it. They color it a tan color here, okay. How did I get that thing over there? Oh. I really wish I had a good tan color or something. I probably just have to mix some colors, but I don't know. Oh, looks like this comes like all the way around. Huh. Looks pretty good. I think I got it. It's just hard to tell with his arm in the way. I wonder if someone would say it's better to paint the minis before you glue them, maybe? Has anyone ever said that? Because I'm starting to feel like that's probably one of the best advices to get. Okay, looks like I got it. That's it. That's the only green. Looks like he does paint these knee pads. You know what? Let's do it. Just to add some green, we're gonna paint this. I'm gonna paint this green. That's probably too far. Oh well. I'll just paint over that. So far just that. It's just the shoulders, the legs, and a little bit of armor in there. Alright. So that takes care of green, hopefully. Never to repaint anything green. Brush. Okay, now for the second, I guess, most important color. We're gonna match the color. I don't have like a light tannish color is the issue. Nuclear Sunrise. It's like a reddish color. Because the only... That'd be like white or maybe peachy flesh, maybe? I want to say that with enough white, it might give me enough. Let's see what Nuclear Sunrise...
Show me the one whose safety deems such destruction.
This might have more of a reddish orange color, I don't know.
This is the way.
I'm gonna put on his boot. Yeah, that's like an orange color. It's not bad. Well, it doesn't look too bad on color. Might be a bit on the brighter side, but I think it works well with the green at least. You know what? Let's do it. Nuclear Sunrise. It may not be that nice tan color like in the image. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I didn't switch the camera back over. You guys gotta tell me. But also I gotta be a better host. So far I'm liking it. You know, you just have that feeling where you're just like, you know what? I think this color can work well with green. I'm pretty sure orange and blue are supposed to be opposites, and that's supposed to be good, but I really do kind of like this. Maybe the lesson here is you don't want to go too overboard with too many colors, because I mean, sure, if I had like every color of speed paint, I could make any color I want. It would probably still drive me crazy, because I'd be like, okay, I want this item on him to be this specific color, and then this would be this. Sometimes it's just good to be like, okay, your maximum number of colors you're allowed to like limit yourself is like 3. And just kind of spend enough time going, okay, what parts here do I want to be certain colors? Do I want, like his boots, I should probably paint heavier, like put a lot more on so it gets darker because there's more on it. And then for like the upper part of his pants, just put like a very thin layer on maybe.
Like a panther.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed with this color. I think it's also like enough of what I was probably imagining, and that's why I'm like totally okay with this. I'm sure it's always part of the creative process. It's like you're running all these, you know, scenarios in your head, and you're like, either this is what I want the character to do, but you know, you do everything you can to like practice it in your head, and you're like, it's still not working, or maybe no, that color doesn't work, or that. And then you try this, and it almost like clicks in your head. It may not exactly have been what you wanted, but it's still leaving you happy. Like, no, this works. I think oh, looks like I missed a little green underneath his backpack. I'm sure there's also just the element of, I look at somebody else's work and I go, okay, I like what he did, what colors he did, so here we are painting it green to kind of match what I guess the creators had envisioned. And then here I am going, well, I don't have exactly what they have. And then here's like an alternative. So I'm sure ultimately part of this is just me going, oh, this is my own unique idea, or at least just this one part. Instead of a tan color, it's more of a orangey brown color. And it seems to work really well. At least the best part, and why I save painting the gun last, is that gunmetal is very heavy, I guess. Not just in color, but just, you know, heavy in covering the gun. So if I make a mistake and get too much of like this color on the gun, because I'm trying to paint his fingers and it, you know, kind of leaks onto the gun. Not to mention this brush isn't good because some of the hairs are poking out, so it's probably going to paint other stuff I don't want it to. But at least when it comes to the gun, you just get these fingertips, and at least with the gun, I just got to get the smallest brush, just barely get a little gunmetal on it, and just spread it around. Yeah, I do kind of like the contrast here. It's certainly not perfect, but I'm really digging the contrast here. And that's pretty much it for him. I just gotta paint his gun and his visor, and this guy is done. Man, we're making really good time. It's just about hitting 2 hours.
His resistance.
I don't know why, it just put me in such a good mood. I guess it's just that eureka moment, like, oh my god, I figured it out. If you solved that puzzle that caused you problems. Maybe this is just a good reminder that for some of the other minis, I thought like, okay, we're gonna have that night vision, and then on their actual helmet, it's gonna have a different color, and then maybe this one part is gonna be a certain color, and then this part is gonna be a certain color. We could certainly do that. Kind of like here where I painted over his gun green, and I could probably certainly paint over it with a gun metal, like the back part of the pistol or something, so that will still stand out that, oh, he has a sidearm. But at least for the most part, you know, I think it's important that everybody, when they paint, they're happy with, you know, what they're painting. That they're able to look at it and go, yep, I love these colors, they work great together, and they feel proud about it. Like Manticore, I'm just happy and proud I was able to get it to look very much like what the creators have. It's definitely a very simple design with Manticore, that they're mostly black or even gray highlights maybe. I haven't gone over any of these with a dry brush yet, and I might especially do that with a lot of the other ones. Like the UN and Harlow, I might go over with a dry brush to kind of brighten them up a little bit more. But like these guys, I don't even think I need to do a dry brush on them. Maybe on some of the green ones here, because I think I got some green. No, actually, I don't have a dry brush. Oh, I do, okay. Yeah, I could totally do to like brighten up the green. I've got a little bit with the orange on the bag, but at least it's on the back side, so that's not too important. Because, you know, mostly when you're playing, you're just seeing the top part of them. You know what? That makes sense. Why in some of the other painting tutorials, they tell you to, paint, when you're prime. You spray the whole thing black, and then sometimes you can still prime with like a gray and then a white. But what they do is, whereas the black primer, you're still kind of light because you don't want to spray too much that it gets rid of the details. but you want to make sure you cover like the whole thing. You get all the dark spots. And then I think what they did is you kind of spray around the gray, with the gray, like around most of the miniature, so a lot of the important parts get highlighted. Or you might do a dry brush that they were saying. That way you get kind of the, or what did they say, like a middle, kind of heavy with the gray, so you really get a lot more of the highlights of the whole thing. And then when you get to the white, I remember somebody showed that you just want to spray like the top part, because you want to treat it like wherever the lighting is going to be. So if the light is above, especially if you're playing in a war game, tabletop game, it would fit perfectly in that setting because you're looking down on them. So at least for a lot of the highlights, oh, I think that's straps. Well, oh. It's like part of me doesn't want to go back to the green. It's like, we're done, we did the green, we're not going back to it. Oh, did I get the, let's go this, the bottom part, that's backpack. Well, we'll just paint over it. No big deal. Because no one's going to see that underside unless people look at the miniature and then they flip it around and then they're like, oh, look, you missed a spot. And it's just like, shut up, dude. Like right there, may not necessarily be worth. And looks like a little bit of skin is showing there, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, it's good. Oh, I didn't paint his hand there.
I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the
I'll be honest, I don't like this
I'm
song, or this small song. I die for the Republic. Okay. As for his binoculars, I'll color that something else, maybe green black or something. Dying for the brothers, for the Republic. I die for my brothers. I die for the Republic. And then they do that weird thing, change his voice. I don't know, it's kind of style of music, but whatever. Still some leftover, what should we call it? 3D printed, yeah. For the brothers, done for the Republic. I was gonna say, I'm like, did I really paint all over? There's always a spot somewhere where, like right here, I accidentally got some green on it. And it's like, I want to put so much goddamn paint on it that it then spills elsewhere. Might have been a little too much. Getting some orange here, but there might be enough green there that it won't be an issue. It's just covering up the gray is going to make it pretty clear that it was supposed to be orange. Well, this Wednesday, meeting up with the friends to play this, so I think this will be the perfect time to try these guys out, because I haven't tried them out so far. So far, I've only gotten to try the UN 3rd Battalion, UN Raid, Harlow. Harlow was the very first group I tried. At first, I didn't like Harlow, but then again, I think we only ran like 1 or 2 squads or something, and that was basically our tutorial to the game. So it was just to get a feel for how the game was. So I didn't like properly play Harlow, but I have some ideas. I guess we'll just, I'm pretty sure I talked a little bit about it. So Harlow, their army is special. Anytime a unit takes the sprint action, which is first they move, in the reposition phase, and then after all the minis you've declared have moved, then they go into the action phase, or I don't know if that's what it's called, but you get my point. They can either shoot, they can either ready in action, or they can sprint, which means they can move twice. So if they take the sprint action, Harlow not only gets to move again, but they can also move an extra 2 inches. So that should right away tell you the general strategy of Harlow. I would think their meta is to quickly get to the objective since they've got that extra 2. But of course, it's risky. You want to make sure that when you're moving, you're not exposing any units because you're not going to be able to do anything. However, there is one soldier, which is, I believe, the leader. He has the ability to be like, if he doesn't ready, he can give his ready action to somebody else. I don't know if that's anyone in the army or if that's just within that unit.
Good soldier, Rex.
So at least you can have one unit who basically sprints 10 inches, gets to a good position, and then you can have him ready in action, so he's ready to shoot. If you're pretty sure, well, your opponent should be moving units to maybe counter that movement, but at least that unit can sprint, get to a really good position, and then ready his action, so when your opponent tries to move and attack, he's ready to fire a reaction shot. And I think that's where the importance of this game when it comes to dice rolls. You can't get too mad, because I think it's like playing Hearthstone, which I played recently, is sometimes the cards are in your favor and you get what you really needed at that exact moment to counter your opponent. So in this case, it's like, okay, I need to win this fight, and then the dice rolls just weren't in your favor, and your opponent kills the unit, so you can't get too mad at it. But I think it's important to know this game is still fun. But if you're not really into games where dice rolls decide your fate, it may not be for you. But I definitely think overall that really does help in replay value. For any game, you could have the best strategy in the world,
I have to sort this out on my own.
but in the end, it doesn't really
Without the
matter,
council, I'm
which is probably hard to hear, or at least like, well, that doesn't sound like fun. If no matter what strategy I do, I could do the best strategy in the world, but the dice rolls just, don't help me, or the dice rolls just aren't in my favor, it literally will not matter. And yeah, just me saying that makes me go,
This isn't about
damn, that kind of sucks, actually. Like, why would I play a game where it's like, I could do everything right, and I definitely play plenty of games like that. Let's see, first thought, League of Legends. There's so many times I feel like I played exactly how I
stay
should,
here any longer.
and it just didn't seem to matter. Or, heck, I won my lane, I did everything correct, but still lose because my team sucks. And we all know that feeling. If you play League of Legends, you know that exact feeling. Call your team noobs and people who, all sorts of names, which you're not supposed to, because then you could get banned. Okay, I think this guy's good. Just make sure, painted. Just making sure I got all the gray, because there's nothing more frustrating than doing everything you can, doing all the painting, and then somewhere down the line you find a gray spot and you're just like, how the hell did I miss that? Crap, what was I talking about? Okay. Yes, Harlow. Harlow's really good at moving around a lot. Manticore, I'm trying to remember what was special. I wish I could reach down and grab the card, but I'm hooked up. My microphone is charging. My headset's charging. I'm trying to remember. I think Manticore had their army is special because if their unit gets hit by a blast attack, this blast damage is handled a little bit different. The idea behind it, I believe, is so you're supposed to use it on heavy armor stuff, because I believe it then doesn't matter how much armor you have. So like these big mechs have a lot of armor. They're hard to take down. Unless you happen to roll really lucky. And that frickin' happened. My friend Joseph, we were playing, he was playing Harlow, and he's got no, sorry. He was playing Harlow, I was playing UN 3rd Battalion, which has this big mech. Not this guy, but another big mech of their own. And he's really good. And what was it? I moved up my mech, and keep in mind, whereas all these soldiers only have one life, so if one hit goes through, they're dead. This big mech had 3. I think this one has 2, but UN 3rd Battalion, which is known as Peacemaker, has 3 health. And so I'm like, oh, well, but the problem is he can't take cover, so I think the idea is he's still at risk because any other mini can shoot at it and it's going to get 3 attacks on it, so if all 3 land, it's dead, right? Well, it does have a lot of armor. I think it rolls 3, and it just needs to roll 5, which is really good. But by some miracle, my mech got hit by all 3. And keep in mind, this was like a was it retaliatory something attack? I can't remember. It's like a reaction shot. Because I attack, his unit hasn't activated, so he has the ability to react back and attack first, basically. And basically all 3 attacks landed, which I thought was complete bullshit. And then I rolled, and all of my rolls did not succeed. So he took it out in one hit, essentially. So stuff like that could change, like on a dime in this. You might be like, man, I'm never lucky, all that kind of stuff. But then you'll attack dude's mech, which is this really powerful thing. Because I figured when I attacked, I'm like, you know, maybe he'll land like 1 or 2 hits or something, and then my mech will attack and just annihilate his unit. Because I think it was standing out of cover or something. But yeah, he was just the luckiest guy to get an attack off. Anyway, what was I? So yeah, Manticore gets to blow off, I think, 1 blast damage. So it, like, if you're gonna blast one of their units and only 1 damage from the blast actually goes through, Manticore just gets to ignore it. They just get to ignore 1 damage. So you need to land at least 2 damage from blast. Let's see, who else? UN Raid they're pretty cool because they have their force ability is when they attack, they get an extra attack die. So it doesn't matter if you're in cover, you still get an extra dice. You're always rolling 2 dice at least when it comes to them. I guess I should explain how shooting works. I could get this wrong because I'm still learning.
Do it.
But essentially when you attack, you basically get to roll 2 dice. Now, what determines, do you get to add dice and when you get to subtract the number of dice you get to roll? This is where at first we were just concerned, are they in cover or are they not? But I think that's when we started trying to learn the actual like rules that if there's competitive play, that's where they kind of implement partial cover and full cover. And so when you have a unit attack another unit, you declare, okay, this unit is going to take the shoot action against this unit. First thing you look at is, do you have line of sight? If you have line of sight, then okay, the attack can commence. Then the question we then ask is, are they in cover? And if the question, or if the answer is no, he is not in cover, or maybe he is in cover, but we go by if it looks like more than 50% of the miniature is in line of sight, then he is considered not in cover, or he is getting flanked, maybe. So, since you start with 2 dice, you then add a dice because he is getting flanked, he is in the open, whatever it is, more than 50% of this mini is in line of sight. That means you add a die. So now you have 3 dice to roll. And, well, as I said, UN Raid, whenever they shoot, they get to add a dice. So that's 4 dice you get to roll. You should be able to land at least 1 hit. But that's a lot of dice if all that dice hits. In a lot of situations, especially soldiers, they only get to roll 1 dice to see if they survive the hit. Because at least then you can kind of roleplay like, oh, it hit him, but his armor blocked the shot, or maybe he quickly patched up his wound, or, you know, you could say something like that to kind of roleplay it. Okay, I think I'll finish this guy. Got his fingers. Got the underside of him. Okay. So yeah, if they are in partial cover, we treat that as like a neutral thing, where you don't add, but you also don't subtract. They're in cover, but half of their body is in cover, so nothing happens, essentially. So you still roll 2 dice, or if you're UN Raid, you're rolling 3 dice because you add them. And then if they are in full cover, that's where less than 25% of them, so like a gun is showing, or like in this game, there's the lean option, which is you're in cover, you then add a marker. You add a marker right next to the mini, which is essentially showing that this person is leaning out of cover. So it's treated as if he's in full cover. So even if you see more than 50% of that extra marker, it's just considered he's leaning out. So he's still considered in full cover. And that's where we really kind of learned that was the point of this game is you want to stick to cover. You want to move from cover to cover. And it really does nail that. I want to call it fantasy, but, well, in this game, it's you don't want to be caught out of cover. And they really nail that with, if you're not in cover, your opponent gets to roll 3 dice. But if you are in full cover, then they only have to roll 1 dice. God, come on. It's like this piece hanging out.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Okay, so where was I? I started getting distracted thinking. Okay, so I talked about if you're in full cover, you just roll, you're subtracting 1, so that's how you end up with just 1 dice. But again, if you're UN, subtract a dice, but essentially you're adding a dice, so you still end up with 2 even if they're in cover. So you're probably thinking, like, dang, so sounds like UN third is like really good because they get to attack more. Well, yes and no, because the balance there is they have less units on the field. They mainly, what is it? They get 2 units. One's a sniper and one's like a regular unit. Not a grunt, but a specialist. Like, they're all essentially specialists in their own unique way. But again, you only get like 2 in one squad, 2 robots in one squad, and then another 2. So you only get 6. If you then are allowed like a 4th one, which is what like handlers are, most people will pick like a handler to be part of the squad to really mix up things. But for UN third, you could add another 2 robots to the group. And so at least then they have 8, and they can use their full squad that way. But yeah, so since for UN raid, they're very glass cannon, because man, it hurts when a dice roll doesn't go your way and they take out, especially man, they take out your sniper, it hurts. Snipers you need on, if you're playing on a 3x, I should say, if you play on a 2x2 board, basically everybody's in range except for UN third, because their units, some of their units have 18 inches, so they just need to move up a little bit and then boom, they're in range. So it's not that big of a concern. But in a normal 3x3 game, which I think is normal for gameplay, you want to play on 3x3 because now snipers become very effective in terms of they have 32 inches of range. Whereas most units, I think all of Manticore, I believe, has 24. Harlow, I believe, is also all 24. So most units, since they're 24 and you're playing on a 3x3 grid, that's where you're going to have to move up. On like the first turn, you may not necessarily be in range for your unit, so you're probably just going to move up, stay in cover until you get closer within that 24 range, so then your units can pop out and see if they can nail a shot. But at the start, you really want to like position like your sniper in a good spot at the start, and hopefully you can get him to go first.
I see the path one leads.
And then maybe you might be able to take someone out at the start of the game. And believe me, that is something you need to consider. At the start of the game, how it works is you have a roll-off. Who gets to go first, essentially, because all the miniatures start off the board. And then you basically take turns where you're like, okay, this squad is going to start 2 inches from the end of the board into the game. So you want to be careful where you place them. If you place them somewhere that's open, not behind cover, or maybe you do place them behind cover, but if you then notice your opponent places their miniatures so they're in line of sight or something, because maybe they know that squad only has 24 inches, but he places his sniper in a line of sight situation. He's probably hoping like you're not going to move, and then he's going to have his sniper just take out a free unit, and you can't retaliate because you're not in range. So that's why I mentioned that, because let's just say we kind of learned that early on, where it's like they go first, and then where I place my units, he's like, oh, he's going to attack that unit. And at first I'm like, wait, what? You're in range? And then we measure it, and it's like, yep, he's in range. Oh, that unit has 32, and you kind of just give out that sigh groan, and then of course they take him out. So it's literally on the first turn you lose the squad member because he's standing in the open, so he gets to roll 3 dice. So I guess it's important to say that is one of those rookie mistakes you don't want to make. So at the start of the game, make sure you really consider your unit's placement, so you don't have that mistake happen. It may still happen because you're always constantly thinking, since one squad activates, they reposition, they move essentially, then they take their action. And then what happens is your opponent then goes. So you might move like one of your squads on the right side, and maybe they're not in range, they're not able to do anything. But then your opponent is like, okay, I'm going to move my sniper into this position. And now he's got line of sight of a squad that can't shoot back or something. So it is something to consider where you're like, okay, I bet you he's going to try and move his sniper, and I've got this squad that's still in the open, and within, I think snipers generally can only move like 4 inches, so they can't really move too far, which is kind of average for most, but some can move 6. So I guess 4 is considered slow. But you still want to keep that in mind, that if he places his sniper somewhere and you don't move your unit when he activates on his first turn, because maybe he planned on that, you put your units there, then on his turn he put his units, or he put the sniper so he would have line of sight of a squad. Oh, I missed a whole strap. God damn it. And that's a big strap too, so that's it's frustrating. I thought we were good on green, but I guess I should have done another pass just to make sure. Let's do it real quick. Shamrock green. Just a single drop. Because all the other green dried up.
Ended. The Clone War has.
Okay, we got that. Alright. I hate when that happens. Okay, what was I talking about? okay, you don't want your unit to get attacked on your first turn, so you want to keep that in mind. Where you position your units, and keep an eye on where your units, or where your enemy positions his units at the start of the game. And just kind of keep it in mind of... Probably the hardest part is just knowing, like, okay, he's got his sniper over there. I know his sniper has 32 inches. I imagine you can ask, like, hey, can I see your player cards? Or, you know, you should just also take the time to read every faction's army. And maybe at the beginning of the game, like, they're going to say, okay, I'm going to play these units. You can take a look at their stats, so you can kind of keep that in mind. And just, you know, always be aware, like, okay, if I move my unit, he's got a sniper. If I move that unit, he's then going to be in the open.
I will never yield to you, Go.
Oh, looks like his gun broke. Oh, shoot. Well...
That might be the Mandalorian way. But it's not.
Oh no, I don't think it broke. It was when I glued it on, like, that folder was already on there, but trying to get the gun close enough to make it look like... Anyway, okay. What else to talk about this game? I'm trying to remember the other ones. So UN 3rd Battalion, specifically, they were... I'm trying to remember their special army thing. It had to do with any non-AI robot, which is basically their one squad of just humans and grunts, specialists and grunts, basically. Just this one squad. As long as the minis are next to each other, I believe they get an extra attack roll, I believe it was. If I recall. It's right there. Hopefully my headphones are charged enough. It's right here. Force rules. All UN 3rd Battalion non-AI infantry models that are base-to-base with another infantry model may re-roll all failed shots with non-armory weapons. Armory is a whole nother thing to talk about, but yeah, basically, as long as there was another miniature next to the one that fired, but it has to be that, like, one of these, like, human guys, because the UN 3rd Battalion, they have a giant mech called Peacemaker, and then they do have 3 AI, like, robots. And so then they just have this one squad that's basically just humans. And so you want to keep those guys like base to base, like they're actually trying to get you to keep them together. And there's kind of a good reason for it, because it must have been useful or strong or something, because that one squad, they only hit on 7s. I mean, wow. I thought that was pretty dumb at my first thought. I mean, if you think about it, it's like... if you really try and roll, and you only 7s and ups, damn. That's kind of one of the worst. But I guess that's why they made that the rule for the faction, because they must have I mean, it was a pretty powerful faction, I felt, but that one unit, I was like, yeah, but they only hit on 7s. It seems like it kind of sucks, but that's where the force rule kind of comes in, being like, well, as long as you keep another mini base to base with that one when it goes to make the shots, then all the failed rolls you get to re-roll, and hopefully in that situation you roll a 7 or higher. So that's the idea behind the UN 3rd Battalion.
My master could never be as vile as you.
Which definitely feels like a very oddly specific thing, that their whole unit just hinges on, or at least only applies to just this one squad.
Avenge his death.
And I guess it's, well, in the end, everything else doesn't matter, because he's got a giant mech, which is really good. It takes 3 damage. And then the squad has 2 robots, which are also really good and have good armor. So, yeah, bottom line with them is just keep the human squad together. And then just, have your mech and 2 other robots, do what damage that they can by maybe tanking all the damage. And just hope you keep the other squad together, base to base, and then when they take their shots, whatever shots miss, they get to re-roll it, and hopefully they roll a 7 or higher. Okay, so I think we talked about the 4 out of the 5. And then we have this squad, which is interesting. Once per round, 1 non-AI or powered infantry model, so basically only grunts, may make the data attack action. So, like it said, I think it's just the grunts that get to, instead of as a shoot action, they get to do the data attack action, which is basically, think of it as you reposition, you move your squad, and then you decide, I'm going to have one of these grunts who more than likely is just moving closer to the battle, and you take the data attack action on that mini. So he uses his action, and now he sorry, I'm just doing a final check. There's a data attack, which is you roll, and I believe you need 2 successes, or you need at least 1 success. But if your opponent has a unit that can block it, so if they also have a data person, they can try and counter that. And just basically how it works is, if you're doing the data attack, you need at least one success over your opponent. So your opponent's just rolling to see how many successes he gets. If he gets 2, then you need to roll 3. If your opponent rolls 0, then you just need at least 1 to consider a success. If you tie, then it's considered a failure because you didn't have enough successes. Even if your opponent rolled 2 and you rolled 2, well, you needed 1 up. So, hope that makes sense. And all it basically does is and we had this big discussion about this because we were trying to, it's one of those rules that it's not 100% clear, even though it sounds like it is, but then as you start asking questions but wait, how it's worded makes it sound like basically that unit on its turn Because I think at first we said like that unit can't move. It's like an ability that makes it so on that unit's turn it can't move at all. But I think what we ultimately came to an agreement on that's a short sleeve. That's his skin. You know what?
Yeah,
Nah.
probably.
I could do all that work, but I don't feel like it. Okay, sorry, I got my sidetracked again. Okay, what was I saying? So, data spike, you roll off, see if you got the successes. Then what it basically just means is if it succeeds and you declare, I'm going to do a data spike on that unit. You roll, you succeed. You then mark that unit so you remember when he goes to activate, that unit can't move on the activation phase, is ultimately what we decided. I believe that's how it's worded in the book, but we could be completely wrong. But that was ultimately what we figured out with it. Oh, sorry guys. And so, when it then goes to his turn, he activates. When the activation phase ends, what we then decided was, okay, you can remove the marker because the activation phase ended. So now what you can do is use your action to sprint, so he can at least still move. Because it's essentially like, okay, he got data spiked. I don't know, he was trying to fight a hack, essentially. And then during the activation, he was distracted, trying to deal with that. And then, okay, he dealt with the data spike, and now he's free. Oh. Ah, these headphones. Beeping at me. Oh, we're approaching 3 hours. We're almost done. Okay. Well, okay, I think we're pretty good. Looking pretty good. Well, just gotta get this gap right. Alright. One last thing to mention about the data spike action. Do it at the beginning of the turn, because it's kind of awkward to do it as like your last squad activates. Because basically how it works is after all units have activated, a new turn starts. So every unit that went, attacked, did all their actions, all of that resets. So if well, you waited until to do a data spike at the end after everybody went, it resets, and so you just kind of wasted all that. So if you have a unit with the data spike ability, which is quite interesting with this squad, that essentially all their grunts basically get a data spike, because it's a non-AI, so this guy can't do it, and then powered infantry models, which I'm assuming is like this guy and then these two guys with the, I'm assuming they're the powered infantry models, that they basically can't do this each round. So basically the 4 guys with the knee pads, they are the guys that can do that every round. One of them can do a data spike. So it might be just something to, or at least when I play these guys, I just got to remember at the start of my turn, once per round, I can just decide once per round, yeah, I can just have these guys do a data spike, see if it succeeds, and I can get my opponent to not have to move, which definitely feels kind of strong. Because believe me, it kind of messes with you when you're like, that one unit can't move. And should keep in mind, I think if I read it correctly, that's the entire unit. That's not, he selects that one individual miniature and is like, okay, that miniature cannot move. I believe it's the entire unit is now hacked, so they can't move in their reposition phase. Yeah, it surprisingly it hurts, since I guess the expectation is, well, everyone gets to move on their reposition phase to get into position and then shoot. But man, it definitely has an impact when now you're like, oh crap, I can't move on my reposition phase. So either that unit just has to stay where it is, and if he still has line of sight somewhere, he could shoot, or just really just ready in action. Or he has to use his action just to move. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, missed a spot. Well, at least it's good the moment I say, like, oh, I think I'm good, and then I find a spot that's all gray. That wasn't even just a little spot. That was a big gray spot. It was totally missed. Sorry if I keep getting my head in the way, guys. All right. Got all those guys, and now we got the big guy. I guess if I wanted to, I could use this. Oh no, he's too small for it. It doesn't lock in. Or does it? Nope. Nope. Darn. That's for like really big quotes. Oh, I just dropped it. All right. Let's see. It looks like all of his legs, the inner part, and then his back. Looking at the picture, the only part that I need to paint like metal is all this upper, his like face, his rockets. That's all going to be metal, and then just his arms. So everything else can be painted. It looks like they put like a little bit right here, and then they put like a red dot, and that's probably where he can see or sense or whatever, target. Well, let's get to work. Although, well, I can't really see behind him is the problem. Because this all looks like metal, mechanical, that kind of stuff. I still can't see behind it. I want to say that's all like metal stuff, but looking at it doesn't look like they... Nope, that's a different one. Oh, I wish they... Oh, wow. Huh. Sorry, I'm finding some other people's creations, and they look really good. Like, amazing. Well, I could definitely just keep it simple. And maybe that's the best thing to do. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Okay. This part, yeah. I think the rest, though, not so much. Some of the paint is sticking to the brush. I did. Okay. So all this, yeah, all of this is metal. So if that's metal, because I feel like, God, now I'm like, I feel like I'm overthinking it a little bit, but at the same time, I'm like, but it's probably most of that is black on the back then.
Do or do not. There is no try.
I guess right now, just try and paint what I know to be of a certain color. And just kind of, well, I guess just paint it until I cover everything that I'm like, okay, I think this part should be this color, and this part should be this color. It's so hard to tell. That they did color. Okay, looks like Stop plugging in. I just heard the beeping sound of my headphones. I think ultimately I'm just like, you don't want to overthink it, or at least I'm trying not to overthink it. And I'm just like, you know what? We're just painting all of this secondary color, just to keep it simple, so I don't have to overthink it and go, okay, we're gonna paint this color, and then we're gonna paint this color, and then. So maybe it is good to just keep things simple and just say, okay, 3 or 4 colors, that's all we get. Unless it's very specific, so like 3-4 colors max on like the actual like design in terms of like 2 main colors, maybe 2 secondary colors, and then I'm talking like the visor, if I already know like, oh, that's gonna be a certain color.
Show me the one whose safety deems such destruction. This is the way.
I think I'll just paint all that. What's it? Gravelord? Wherever it is. Yeah, Gravelord Gray. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Okay. I think that's good. Now we can get to... This is 0. There's the 00. Still got some green on the tip. Okay. Ah, so we could do visors first. Well, that dries the rest of the squad. Let's do the plasmatic bolt. No. Is that what it was? I thought it was a different one. Okay. Greens go there. I guess it was. Gunmetal, Gravelord. Well, yeah, let's just quickly do their visors. Shouldn't take them too long. 2 drops should be fine. Been a little dark. We'll add a drop of white. Just to brighten it up a little bit. Ooh, that was too wet. Oh god, it's leaking. No! Well, shouldn't be too horrible. Okay, well, I was not expecting that much. I thought I had something brighter.
Like a panther. This is the way.
I thought it was a lot brighter, but it doesn't seem that way. Huh. A couple more white drops. That looks really wet. Maybe that's the problem. Holy white. Sounds nice. Sounds very white, but what about... I don't know what speed paint medium is. It looks clear, so I don't... Yeah, that doesn't look... I think maybe a third drop. Really want to whiten it up a little bit. It's very wet, so I know I gotta dab it off a little bit. Okay, we'll come back to you. Put a single drop. puddles a little bit. Okay, that looks good. Now, if I could just stay there and not spill over somewhere, I think that'll do well as a visor for these guys.
I'm right.
Looks good. Okay, I think that's good. It's interesting that for this, oh, he doesn't need it. Well, kind of. Still kind of see a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna dab this off a little bit. Alright, that's pretty good.
This resistance.
Okay, that's good. Basically putting on like a first coat because it's very watery, so I don't think it's gonna stay on too well. Or at least once it dries, I just worry I'll probably see the gray again. So yeah, like this guy kind of dried out a little bit. You can still see it great. Okay, let's do one. We might do a second coat. That's too much on, especially don't want to put on too much. Just want to put on just a good amount. Yeah, because it kind of leaked into the side of his helmet there a little bit. It's good. This guy's really hard to get. This guy. Size. Let's get those stupid binoculars. There we go. Cover that gray color. Oh no, I'm recording.
What's this?
Yeah. Just painting. Almost done. Just gotta paint their visors and then the gun and then we're done.
Guess what?
That's it.
From a thing upstairs.
Something upstairs?
Somebody sprayed the dirt from a plant and poop on it. I think like who was there? I'm gonna make breakfast and do you want something?
Sure.
A little doggy?
Sure. Could be good with the visors. Okay. Put on a couple more coats. Should be light blue enough to make it clear. Alright, now let's tackle this guy. Definitely gonna be gray floored gray. And I think just finish it off. I think this is all mainly just holding them together. I probably could have painted a little bit of this brown, but I think just to kind of show like the main body and the arms were like something that was all connected. Probably could have done the legs, but I'm picturing it like the legs were constructed and then they attached the chest, the head, and the arms are all connected. And then they made this separate piece for the rockets and the armor plating, I guess, for the top or whatever. And then the green is like ammunition, I think. And then some green armor, I guess, for, I don't know, camouflage. 3 drops is good. We'll do a 0 push. It should be just big enough, also small. Start on top here and apply a good amount to make it nice and dark. Make it feel metal. metal-ish. So I think if you're too light on it, it just looks gray. But if you add a good amount of paint, especially this gray floored color, it'll really stand out as metal, I think. Oh wow. Just this one arm, I think I used up like all of it. Wow, I already need more paint. Brothers. That kind of song again. If I had an easy way to skip it, this would be the one low-key Star Wars song I would actually skip. Okay, I think I got this left side. Maybe one more drop? Well, oh, looks like I missed a spot. But you know what? We're just gonna paint that over. I should get the orange one. It's kind of noticeable. But I missed it and I tried covering it with the gray. Oh, looks like I got hair stuck on the brush. Alright, I don't think I got enough paint on the back side of that, so I guess one more drop. See if I got enough. Yep. Okay, I got that. Okay, I think the big guy is good. Looks pretty cool. Got a little bit of the green, and then the orange. Looking good, and then his like main body is the gray metal. Looking great. He is done. Alright. Clean this off. Almost done. We get our tiny, tiny brush. Last thing to paint is the gun metal on all these minis guns. Gravework goes back up there. Gun metal. I love it. Truly makes guns look like guns.
You're a good soldier, Rex.
Alright. Oh yeah, that visor color is looking really good. Alright, just a nice little bit. And we spread this gunmetal. I think that's the most amazing part about this gunmetal is really you just need like a tiny, tiny bit. You don't need a whole lot of it. But when you start putting it on, and if it's not really coming off and painting, then you just get a little more. And man, I don't know how they do it, but man, it really brings out the shine in the gun. I will say I sometimes get a little impatient, and then I put like a bunch. Come on, get just a little bit.
I have to sort this out on my own. Without the council. And without you.
Okay. it is such careful, delicate work that I don't accidentally get like his shoulder, and so now his shoulder is shiny when it's not supposed to be.
This isn't about you. I can't stay here any longer. Not now.
Okay, I probably don't need to be too concerned about the inner part here. But me trying to be a perfectionist, yeah, like right there, kind of got his finger a little bit. Oop. Man, really hard. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, it looks weird that his gun is broken. I wonder if I can get just enough paint that it could almost connect. If I stuck enough paint, would it make a bridge? I don't know if this will work. So it would be the biggest mistake I'll make, or the most clever thing I do. I think it kind of works. It at least connects it. I'm a genius. I am a genius.
I am the Senate. Do it.
I gotta be really careful here. I probably won't even get all of it, to be honest with you. Because I really don't want to touch his visor. Oh man. Sorry if I'm blocking the view, but I'm trying to be extra careful. Yeah, there's no way I can reach in there. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with missing that one little spot in the back, because there's no way, even with this tiny brush, I can't get it all the way back there to... Okay. That was a little too much. That's good.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Where is Padme?
It seems in your anger you killed her.
Okay.
I've never been so lonesome in my life as I am right now. I'm completely lost without you, Padme. I never realized I could even miss any one person so much. I just hope it won't be too much longer till I'm able to be with you again.
Oh, I hope I don't get. Okay, I don't really see it on his mask, so I think I got lucky.
This matter are clear, Lord Vader. I see the Padawan needs one last lesson.
I missed some of his fingers, just a little bit. Okay. we're good on that. Making sure. Yep. Okay, last guy. Oh, but there was the binoculars on that one guy. I might have just enough. Yeah, mostly dried out.
Tell me, is it the chosen one?
Yeah. Gotta get it one more drop.
He will avenge us.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Should be good. It's the last gunmetal.
Ended. The Clone War has.
It's too much. Trying to be really careful because we are right there. Right next to his helmet, and I can't really see the inner part. So I don't want to get his helmet. Oh, well.
I will never yield to you, girl. You'll have to kill me.
That might be the Mandalorian way, but it's not my way. Not anymore.
Got quite a bit of the hand there. Ah, well. Okay, almost got it. Just gotta get the most difficult part, of course. This inner part where his helmet is really close. Alright, I think that's good. Looks all shiny. Don't really see many gray spots at least. Alright, I think that does it, guys. Everything else is, yeah. Alright, well, 4 hours. Okay, not bad. Well, guys, thanks for tuning in. I just got one more faction, the UN 3rd Battalion, with another Big Mac on there. And then there's 6 handlers, which are kind of their own faction, but they're more like, if you're gonna play, since all the factions have 3 squads, you can do a fourth squad. So you add 1 handler, which is just like 1 person who's really strong. That's something. Or there's part of this expansion, they've got 2 factions, 2 new factions, but they have like their own card. So you just add to the army. Well, I say factions, but it's just a squad on its own, and they've got like some special abilities that make them unique. Let's see if I have a call.
My master could never be as vile as you.
Yeah, they just each have their own, so it's kind of like a handler, but they're actually like a full squad.
Then I will avenge his death.
So like this one's got like a data knife, this one inorganic. Specialist 2, he's got his own stats. Interesting. this one has two, a jammer and a marksman as well. AP4. Wow, so if he lands, whatever your armor is, you have to add 4 to it. So if like their armor is like 6 and up, the only way you survive that is with a 10. Wow. I wonder... Oh, because this guy's armor is 7, so if this guy shoots and it hits, he adds 4, that turns into 11, so essentially, yeah, that's an instant death. But yeah, they got their own cards. With that marksman faction, that could be huge. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, guys. Yeah, meetings look great. I'm definitely glad I decided to give them a much brighter color, so the green really stands out well. And then I'm really glad that Nuclear Sunrise worked out great. I think this is looking wonderful. And yeah, the mech, I think, was definitely a good color to put in that metal gray, since they are metal, so I threw on a lot, so it looks really good. I'm actually really proud of this army in particular. But cool. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and hopefully when I get done with all these minis, I'll come out with a review video, come out with each faction, talk about them. So